Alrighty, you're alive. Gonna work on this game a little bit. Some music, maybe. Um. Alright. All good. All good. Okay. Scientist. Default player control behavior it should never have had. Since NPCs presumably shouldn't be selectable at all right now. No alert system yet. No NPC specific commands. The cleanest move is remove is selected scientists for now, or keep them if you want visual. I'm looking at this NPC indicator. I wonder how the other game. I wanted to take a look really quick at how the other games did it. Let me do. What if I do? Is it like? I don't think I can. I don't think there's a selection right. Yeah, there's no selection right. Okay, not at all. Let me check. Let me check something out. I wonder how they did it in. They do. Stronghold. Yes. Charongaga. Hold. I'm just gonna compare and contrast how they did it in a game I like. I'm just sort of curious. I'm just sort of curious, Betty. See how they did it. Can you select the other units and like does it show a selection circle? What the? Ugh. Man, McDonald's coffee is so good. Hey guys. McDonald's coffee is so good.
Greetings, sire. The desert.
Let me do skirmish. Okay, hold on. How do I get out of here? How do I do the simplest game type? Classic trials. That one. Just out of curiosity. Okay, so if I go to their base, I forgot how to control. How do you control the camera? So here's a pig. I can select them, and it doesn't have the selection circle. Okay, I can see their health bars. If I select the enemy team, I can see their health bars. And it's the same thing for my guys. There's no selection circle. Okay.
Yes.
It looks like. It looks like. I can basically, yeah, I can basically see. Okay. Exit Crusader. So what does that tell me? What other games do I have that are like that? Okay, I think this is a better example. This game's a better example because, the Air Billions is a lot closer to what I'm trying to do. What the? New game. I already have it. Yeah, whatever. I just want to see the selection. I just want to see the selection thing, how that's going to work. Go find a zombie really quick. Can't select the bird, obvious, okay. Oh, I can. Ooh, okay. Okay, so we know that other games, okay. We could definitely scroll over and see. Let's exit out of this. Alright. Meow. It looks like in what was that game? Looks like in the game. You can select a black non-punch unit. Non-controllable unit. And it's the L. We don't have that yet, so no worry. Health and like looks like in the game there are billions. You can select a non-controllable unit and see health. The health and selection ring. I see in my scientist, it's saying is selected is in there. Select these stuff. Remove. Okay. Update the context. I don't think it has that fault. Object. Oh, really? I gotta make a new one? Okay. It looks like in the game data billions, you can select a non-controllable unit and see the health. We don't have that yet, so don't worry. And selection ring. I notice we don't have the selection ring. When the mouse hovers over we don't have the selection ring when clicking or drag select I am this. I think That's basically their abilities pattern exactly, and it's a good one. Being able to select and inspect NPCs even before you have health bars makes the game feel alive, while movement stays exclusively per player. Good news, scientists already have the ring codes select bolstering. Does it? Because scientists already have a raincoat select bolstering below, since it was copied from Caller. The ring should already be shown. You drag it, select sign. Not as far as checking separately, but the piece still wrong. Can you check the code again for the human scientist? I've just updated the project. They say, damn dude, you're doing it. Well, for the actual, like, the writing of the code, I am using Claude, but I am spending time learning to program. Eventually I will program, but I'm setting time on the side to, like, do that. But yeah, I'm doing it. I'm hitting a tool error trying to read the project file right now. Looks like temporary glitch on my end, not something wrong in here, so give me a second, try again. Both my file reading command tools are erroring right now. Looks like temporary glitch. Please, okay. We're just gonna paste the code. Oh, that's... Oh no, wait, what the fuck? Project. Wow, I accidentally... Man, that sucks. Human scientist. But yeah. And then we need not the selection, we need scientist code. Because it's saying I should have... Okay. Maybe just because I was looking at the wrong... Might have just been looking at the wrong thing. The same version as before, so the faction movement changes haven't been also confirmed. Still no ring code in here, no ring references, so that no selection thing wasn't just you missing it and not implemented on the script. That was copied from an old assumption. My past scientists never got the ring collar head. There are two real things to add, not one. Faction, player movement. Faction, remove player movement. Delete this full block. Scientist shouldn't respond to right click at all. Scientist should not function on handled input. So now they should not be able to move. Okay, good. I want them to have like a selection ring. I want it to have like a selection ring. I'm really happy with the way it looks. Add the selection ring. You'll need to add a ring and ring load nodes to scientist PSCN image crawler has. Oh, and then I have N and ready add. Oops. Also in the selection manager, right click, check, still needs the faction guard from before scientists can now be selected, but shouldn't trigger move markers. Let me, okay, hold on. Oh, I gotta do this. Copy. This is, right now, and between points. The progress faction, thank you for the follow. Future web, what the? Have you figured out how to control the matrix yet? No. Hello? This is? Doing good. I'm sorry about that. What the? Anyway. No, I haven't figured out how to do the matrix, but sorry. Okay, so working. So okay, good progress. Action is added. Ring code is in. Right, and right-click movement block is gone, but it's very likely it won't start. But this line is very likely why it won't start. Ring low are node paths lookups. They only work if scientist TSN actually has child nodes named ring low in the scene tree. If you added this code but you haven't added those nodes to the scene yet, Godot will throw a node reference error instant ready, tries about whole script fails to start. Okay. What the fuck do I do there? Can you paste the exact error text from debugger panel? Can you paste the exact? Let me clear that and try it again. Invalid assignment of property or key visible with value of type bool on base. Yeah, I think it's what it's talking about, that null instance or whatever. Oh, yeah, what's up? Are we programming? We're programming. That would be put very generously. I want to move forward with the game, so I'm using assistance, but yes. Confirm that's exactly the node reference from ring, not finding a node. This scene doesn't have ring low nodes yet, so ring low are null. The first ring visible equals false. Invalidity crashes on start. Add those nodes to scientist before on crawler TSN. Let me look at the crawler really quick. Let's see how the crawler is designed. I have ring low, so I need to get sprite 2D attached to the main. Okay, so scientist. Sprite 2D. Crawler, we need this right under here. So we have, yeah, that's connected to that. Sprite 2D. Had internet issues earlier, can't watch Twitch. You couldn't or can't? I've got my old calculus notes if you need them. No, I'm not smart enough for calculus. Have you gone to bed? Of course. Why, do I look tired as fuck? No, I slept for like 9 hours and I still feel a little tired, to be honest. Like, oh, couldn't? Gotcha. So we need ring. And we need to go texture. Let me look at the crawler. How's it done on the crawler? Hello again, tvgirl.com on YouTube. Thank you. So we have ring, and we have texture. Okay. Scientist, ring, compressed texture. Compressed texture to the image texture. I forget which one I need. Like, which kind is it that I need? Compressed texture. Okay, compressed texture. Compressed texture. And then how do I get it in there? How the fuck do I get in? Oh. Do I just drag it in there or something? There we go. I guess you just drag it in there. What the? That means we had good sleep? Bro, looks like you slept under your desk. You know, people have been telling me I look rough recently. Which I don't get, 'cause I've been sleeping okay. You know what I mean? I've been sleeping... But yeah, people are like, man, you look rough. Like, people, like, legit. My friend, he picked me up to help him move some stuff, and he's like, man, you look rough. And I'm like, I've been getting, like, 8-9 hours. I think it's just me growing my hair out, and it's, like, the helmet hair, and it's all disgusting, and... Yes, you guys know. I don't know. I'm just not... I need to get rid of the hair. I was gonna grow my hair out, but, like, honestly... Is it... You know what I mean? You look how I feel, lol? Right. You look door dashing today? Yeah, I think, Saturday, Sunday, I'm gonna do 2 days of just dash from morning till evening. So I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow or the day after, because I want to, I need to make money eventually here, so... Or start making money to kind of offset the cost of living. Get a haircut? Yeah, hippie. Yeah, like I said, I'm not a big fan of hair. I was gonna do it like this last time to kind of see like what I would look like, because you know, hair, it's gonna go away, and eventually I won't have it. So I'm like, while I still look like sort of semi hair, like I haven't balded, except for, you know, the typical Slavic receding hairline. I want to grow it out one last time to like maybe, you know. Busting balls, you're fine, man. Oh no, it's not. You're not the reason it's concerning is you're not the first person to tell me that. That's why I'm a little concerned, because like you're not the first person to tell me that I've been looking rough. You can see like my early attempts at like doing sort of like this glow, like how dirty it looks now. I have to like go back and fix all that. But you can tell like my first attempts were like, you know what I mean? You can tell like this is like that guy's first try. I noticed at a different angle. Well, yesterday it was like storming all day. Like it was just dark outside. But yeah, I have perpetual raccoon eyes from... Usually go Godot on evenings when it's already dark. That's true, yeah. I usually like to... Somebody says, gosh damn, I'm about to shit blast my resume to places like Taco Bell. I feel like I know your art from a long time ago. You might have ran into me or something. Get your hair cut like the Punisher. Does he have a... About to shit blast my resume to places like Taco Bell. Got the bubblies. Why don't you... Nothing wrong. I just feel like I've been doing DoorDash, and like I've enjoyed it infinitely more than like working in like I'm afraid to go inside of a McDonald's. It looks like fucking stressful inside of there. You know what I mean? Like McDonald's looks like pure stress. And driving DoorDash, yeah, you're using your own car and all this kind of stuff, but it's like, whoa, we fixed it. The game's not crashing. So I can select but not move him. So I wanted that effect of like being able to kind of do the selection circles for units. Look at that. Problemo fixo. So I was building this scene out for my Instagram. So I was gonna have the camera was gonna pan slowly this way, like this, as the crawlers are moving through the floor like this, and the camera is slowly panning, and they're like checking their notebooks and like writing stuff down. That was the whole gimmick, and I built out these tiles with the hazard stripes, which I think actually look decent. I still gotta work this one out. I think this one looks kind of gross, but this one turned out really nice. I gotta still work on it a little bit, but I'm really liking. Ray Stevenson, Punisher, had an awesome slick black haircut. Yeah, I sometimes wonder. I think if I had like slick, like a black jet black hair, I don't know what I would look. I think I would look really weird. You know what I mean? I don't know if it would like fit me. I would look strange, I think, with like jet black hair. So I'm not going to do that, obviously. You don't do McDonald's? My wife worked at McDonald's back when she was 20, sucked. You know, I think sometimes, I don't know, I've never worked there, but I feel like, it's probably a sucky place to work, let's be honest. Are you making a game or playing it? Never heard of this app before. TV Girl, I am making a game. This is this is Godot. This is I'm doing everything in Godot. It's just I can launch the game that I have, right? I can like launch the game. So that's what I was gonna do for my Instagram, is have like crawlers running around while the scientists are like taking notes. You know, it's a cute scene. It's a cute scene. How about the skin fade haircut parted to the side? Skin fade haircut. Oh, like really short here and then part this to the side. I think that does look okay on me. I've done that before. Like make it really short here and then just have like a comb over kind of thing. It looks okay if I do it right. I'm just being like this is my phase of my life where I'm just kind of. I have noticed that people treat me. I think ever since my hair, like I've been growing it out when it's clean too. Like right now it looks gross because I need to go take a shower. But when it's clean, I have noticed that people like will I think respond to me more positively because my face doesn't look so like police officer-esque. I think people have been responding more like tracked my ass for crying in the booking office though. I do tackle my ass for crying in the booking office. Wait, what happened? I recovered, but I still have to expunge my record. Oh, hey, I think it deleted one of your comments. Digital, I think it deleted one of your comments because something you said must have been bad because the context of your conversation doesn't make sense. Try to not use bad words because the auto mod will will ban your sentences. I can't do things like Task Rabbit because I'm bad man. Bad man. What's Task Rabbit? What is that? Is that another app? Boros is attempting to find a gateway to hell. True, yeah. Yeah, trying not to use bad words. I don't care. It's just my settings are set to, if you guys use like too many bad words, it's just gonna auto mod your sentence out of the conversation, so. Yeah, so that's what I wanted. I just wanted, like, you can select them. What's weird is, can't seem to select the scientist by just they straight up conspired against me just because they want to hurt someone strange. Oh, the police did? Oh yeah, there is a background check. I don't know how bad your record is. It's been insanely hot in England. Wow, yeah. Hopefully it gets better for you guys. Yeah, I don't know how extensive their background search is. I'm sure if you have like DUIs, that's going to be an issue, but... Oh, a platform to do handyman stuff? That's kind of dope. That's kind of dope. Like, just, you know what? It'd be kind of cool if there was an app. You go grab a pair of gloves and you just head out, and people just like, hey, move these logs over, or help me move this shit into my truck, or you know what I mean? Just like tasks that people need another person for, or just help out for a few hours while we're, you know what I mean? Like drag these shingles over there. Like jobs like that, that would be kind of cool. Or mow my lawn, you know, like this one time, I just need someone to mow. I don't feel like doing it. Just mow my front lawn. Here's $20. You know, that'd be kind of dope. That'd be kind of. I think the gig economy is actually pretty nice in that sense. I'm sure something like that is probably in the works. You know, I like doing Dash. Like I really do enjoy the job. The money isn't really there. I made only like $90 in 6 hours, but maybe I'm not in. I haven't been on the platform long enough to get like the rankings. So I think once you go platinum, public intoxication, lol. Yeah. Yeah, how easy? I think that's just the problem is like that's kind of up to the discretion of the officer to decide whether you're inappropriately. Because I've been, you know, like I've left the bar and walked, and I was publicly intoxicated, right? Because you can't drive, and walked home, and I was so technically I also did what you did, resisting arrest without violence. It keeps getting better. Nice. Then like indecent exposure is like the next one. I bought some Starbucks concentrated coffee liquid. You can add it to ice and milk. Make Starbucks concentrated coffee liquid. You can add it to ice and milk. Make ice latte. Nice. Nice. Okay. I passed out flyers for air cons. I worked on air. I don't even. Oh, air condition. I passed out flyers for air cons. You work on air conditioners? Gotcha. That's kind of dangerous. Like you can shock the like. There's a capacitor in there. If you mishandle that. I'm sure you know what you're doing, but you know that's not dangerous. But I guess you got to know what you're doing, right? I know everyone says to go into air conditioning because that's something Americans love, but I kind of don't want to. I'm getting socially cut there too. I'm getting society cut there too. For crying, yeah. Yeah, people hate when you cry, man. In the booking office, yeah. Yeah, they want you to keep it inside, right? HVAC, yeah, HVAC is like, but that's where everyone says to go before diving. Before diving into the click issue, did the crash from missing ring nose get resolved? The game error. Actually, let me. Build, step, find, edge, connection, pairs, navigation, region, synchronization had 2 edge errors. More than 2 edge errors tries to occupy the same map rasterization space. This causes logical error in navigation mesh geometry, and is commonly... let me copy that. Copy error. The crash is... fixed, and the selection circle work. Let me. Does it work though? Does it actually do the little glow when I first click on him? It does. You see how it glows? It okay. Works. There is in the debugger. I heard there is good business in that field. Yes, yes. You just need to be good with electronic stuff. It pays well, they said. That's what everyone's saying, yeah. If he told me call someone or you will go to jail, I would have complied, but that's not what happened. You have to discharge capacitors. Yeah, you gotta discharge it, but when I just know, like, when I had a guy out here working on my unit, he was very careful around that thing. He was very careful around that thing. He had like pliers and rubber gloves, and he was like, you know what I mean? You could tell, like, he must have had an incident because he was like not messing around with that thing at all. That confirms the crash is gone. The nav warning is a separate minor issue. It's Godot's navmesh baker complaining that overlapping densely packed geometry edges, likely from having many scientists or nav obstacles close together, but it's a warning, not an error. It's almost certainly not related to click selection, worth revisiting later if you notice actual path weirdness, but not urgent right now. So to clarify, well, see, I kind of wish we did. Yeah. Clarify where we're at. You said drag select is working, ring shows up, but plain single click isn't selecting a scientist. Is that still the case after the crash fix, or did the single click start working too once the null reference was gone? If single click is broken, next thing I check is click area 2D connection, specifically on click area 2D input event. Actually still wired up the click area nodes input event. Signal, so sometimes when nodes get copy pasted into a scene, like we just did ring low, Godot can occasionally show existing signal connections as broken in the editor if the edge got re-saved oddly. Worth a quick check in the node signal tab, click area select confirming input event. Still shows scientist as connected. Can you confirm is single click still working after that? Everything is working except the single click. They can store a potential charge. I was told stories of people grabbing copper and accidentally touching cap with a wrist and then having a shake with the devil. That's 3-phase though. Not that, gotcha. Some people get addicted to electrical shock. No, I'm good off that, bro. The electro boom. Like that, can you imagine if that became the new trend with the kids? Like electrocuting themselves because they find like a way to get high off of it. So they're just both nipples, you know, just going at it. That's probably the future, because like nothing else hits the same anymore, you know? I don't like it. It pisses me off. Oh, getting electrocuted? Yeah, I'm not or being arrested or whatever. That narrows it to something in the click detection. They want Pikachu as a pet. Yeah. No, it's like you go in their house and their water tanks, their fish tanks, it's all just eels, just electric eels, and it's like, why do you have so many eels? Oh, nothing. Nothing. I just like them. I just like to observe them. Meanwhile, they're just connecting 2 at a time, just jolting themselves into like. Don't cross 3 to 5 amps. You know what's weird? 3 to 5 amps is not even a lot. Getting electrocuted is one step away to pew pew. I don't get what you're saying. Away from pew pew? Yeah, you should not. I absolutely don't encourage. You know, the most I've ever dealt with was like working on a 12-volt motorcycle wiring harness, and you get zapped here and there, but it's pretty safe because you just get little zaps. Electric eel is powerful enough to unalive someone. I believe it. Not to be mean, but this looks so confusing in a good way because people that learn how to do computer stuff is always a good choice to learn. Is it? Yeah, no, this is... I would say this is... Making a game is, like, extremely complicated. Having a sig after then just nodding off into death. Nice. One step away from death, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't get electrocuted, guys. Okay. It narrows it to something in the click detection path itself, not general script. Help. Since drag select works, which call select directly via code, but single click doesn't. The problem is upstream of select. Specifically in whether click area's input event signal is actually firing and click area to the input at all. Two things to check in the editor. Confirm the signal connection still exists. Select the click area node inside scientist. Select the click area node inside scientist. Click area. So it's this click area. I'm gonna show it where I am. I think I am on the right track. I'm in the signals. Go with that. I don't see any signals connecting. Connected. I just hope I get a job. I'm down bad. Yeah, man, but yeah. For the wrong node in a scene tree. You got collision shape 2D selected. The one nested under click area. Right. Not click area itself. That's why you're only seeing generic. Generic canvas item node signals doesn't have an input event signal at all, only area. Click directly and click area in the scene tree. They're all above that collision shape. In the scene tree. They're all above that. With a little icon. Oh. And check the signals tab again. You should see. Okay, yeah, there's still nothing. Let me show it. Here also, I don't think there are any signals in it. That confirms an input event, viewport event, KPIDX under collision object 2D is listed but has no connection indicator next to it compared to how a connected signal normally shows a small green icon filled with dot on its row. This one's empty, so the click area exists but nothing is listening to it. That's exactly why the single click does nothing while drag select, which doesn't rely on signal at all, works fine. To fix it, double click input event. In that list, right click connect. Then double click in that list, right click. Let me just show it because I don't want to. Do all the settings look on click area input of it look before I hit connect? One wrong node selected in the tree ring is currently highlighted. That means this would try to connect signal to a method on the ring node, not on the scientist script. Click on scientist here. So the connection point. Didn't you? Hold on. But scientist. In a receiver method. Clear it and type exactly on click area. Every time I do this linking thing, it's always I'm always not sure about like so. Originally, you did tell me to click on click area, correct? Good question, worth clarifying the difference between two separate steps. Earlier I said click area, I said on click area in scene tree. That was to view signals tab and see what input event shows, which is a different panel than this dialog. Right now, in this connect a signal to method pop-up, you're choosing which node script should receive the signal. Lives inside it, which is attached to root scientist character node. That's exactly what you have selected here, and it's correct. The method name field also now read, which exactly looks right. Okay. Oh, okay. I think the only thing I don't like is the fact that the scientist's selection box is. Let me do it. This is the click area, right? So let's do. I need this to be much bigger so I can select them a little easier. That way I'm not having to hunt down for the exact right pixel. Okay, so now we have that nice kind of thing where we can like kind of like select but not move units from the other team. Our units obviously can move. And I fixed the whole like them sometimes the scientists started moving along with my commands, which is not what we want. Okay. Okay, so that's all good. I was thinking of starting the animations for. I was thinking of starting the animations for like actually animating walk down right, or yeah, walk down right, walk down left, like kind of having those 4 dimensions. Like starting on that today. I do want to kind of clean these up just a tad, kind of spice up these like spice up those Also, I don't know how to handle this part, but if I wanted like different color scientists, let's say, you know, darker, I don't exactly know how to. I don't want to obviously rebuild frame by frame every character, right? Like I'm not doing that. But what I could do is, what I could do is put a shader over this or something, like something so it spawns with a random. Either he's like this, or there's a half chance that he spawns with a shader that like makes his skin look darker. Right? That's the only downside of doing this frame by frame is like, now how do I make variations of this, variations of colors for his skin tone? Guys, let me go hook down a Siggy and I'll be right back. Hey. The only thing I'm not like sure about. About our life. Our life. The science. This. Good. I want to hear your ideas. But I will tell you what I am thinking. Think maybe right now should have the this choose. Not choose. Scientists kind of move the same sort of as the idol animations. What I mean is this as three idle animations and we could place a decision to move in between between those. So either idle this or idle that, and 25 and would be about a 25% chance to choose to walk in any direction or 0.5 seconds. The movement would need to use the nav we are using for movement in general. Oof, I think this is going to be kind of more complicated than I think. I like this direction. It fits the vibe of what you already have. Idle variation feels alive without needing full AI yet. Short random walks would sell wandering scientist feel without you having to build any real behavior tree yet. Few thoughts on your idea before we law in a design. From the 25% chance, random direction using nav agent for a purely random direction is actually more work than needed for this specific case. Navigation agent 2D is built for go to the specific point, the route around walls to get there. It doesn't have a walk direction for X. Second mode, if you want the wandering to respect walls obstacles, so scientist doesn't wander through a wall, you have two real options. Random destination point instead of walk this direction, pick a random point some distance away. Global position, random offset, and that to nav agent target position. Let it path there naturally like your move command already does. Stop early or let it arrive. This gets wall avoidance for free since it uses your resistant movement code. Broad direction for a fixed time. No wall check. Simpler code, but risks a scientist flipping into. Yeah, so I think, okay. Not really more complex to write, just avoids an ugly edge case. Scientist stuck vibrating against the wall for free. No timing probability. Your idle system already rolls a die every idle variation interval 3 sec to decide idle variation versus plain idle. A wander decision could slot into that exact same role. Right now it's a 50-50 between play a variation and stay idle. We just expanded to 3 outcomes: idle variation, plain idle, or wander. It reuses your rhythm instead of adding a second separate timer system running in parallel. One design question for you: when a scientist finishes wandering, reaches their random point, do they immediately drop back into idle? Normal rotation, variation wander again, or should there always be a beat of plain idle? So after they finish walk, they will go back to normal idle. Also, something for later. It's that because the need to be able to spot crawler. We need to be able to look in all 4 directions. We will add a what is that? What is it called? A line of sight or this vector, but So I hope I understand what I'm saying. We hope to flag now, even though we're not building it yet. It might highly shape a decision or two below. Blocking in the design, as I understand it, every idle variation interval 3 sec. 3 variation 3 sec. Pick roll a decision. Idle variation, plain idle, or wander. Expanding your existing 50-50 roll into three-way split with wander at roughly 25%, like you said. If wander is chosen, pick a random point some distance from the current position, hand it to chosen, pick a random existing movement code walk there. We're using your bug detection animation logic since it's just going through the normal is navigation finished all stat. Once the scientist arrives at wonder point, don't immediately re-roll into another wonder. Drop back into normal idle first. Let the timer tick decide fresh, same as now. One thing, your line of sight comments make me want to flag before we write those rolls, since scientists will need to face 4 directions to look for crawlers. Wandering with truly random direction distance is actually made for that. It naturally rotates which way we're facing over time, since update animation already picks a facing direction based on movement direction, so no design conflict there. This is actually sets you up well for later system rather than against a good sequencing and your part flagging it now, even though we're not touching side cones yet. Quick call before I sketch code. How far should a wander point be from scientist's current spot? A small outer radius, like 40 to 80 pixels, barely leaving their spot, or a bit more noticeable. A bit more noticeable. Also, one mention is that we are building that is in a calm state before they have noticed anything. Noticed anything. This is their default behavior. This is their default behavior. Later, we will add post seeing some a behavior. It's an important framing to state explicitly. It tells us how to name things now, so it's not confusing later. Since this is specifically calm state behavior, it'd be worth naming the function something like handle calm idle behavior or similar instead of just handle idle animation. So when you add alert state behavior later, it's obvious at a glance which block of logic is pre-detection default versus something noticed. Doesn't have to be perfect naming now, just something you won't confuse with future states. For a more noticeable, I'd suggest 150 to 200 as the wonder radius. That's enough to cross part of the room and be visually obvious as a scientist walk somewhere without being so far it looks deliberate patrol route, which would read as more purposeful than calm.
idle wandering. Here's the plan for the actual logic reusing your existing timer. Variable wander radius. And decision roll, expanding your existing idle animation function. They're moving around, guys. They're moving around. I know, right? So we have the basic sort of idle behavior. This is like them in a calm state. They're wandering around the facility. Obviously, I'm going to get all 4 directions animated and stuff like that to make, and they're going to have to end to be able to look in other directions because they're going to have a line of sight so they can accidentally actually see something, right? They have a chance of actually seeing something. Uh-oh, we got some scientists stuck in the wall. I think he got physics pushed in there. Which this is not. I don't like this. Oh man. I don't like that. I'm having some this I think physics. How do you spell physics? Push each other into clipping into a wall. But if we go, whoa, debugger is going crazy. There's no animation. Yeah. We'll figure that out later. Immediate fix for the specific screenshot. Manually spread this cluster out in the editor, same as you did with Cypher. Nobody's currently overlapping. Root fix. Yeah, I don't want to spread the cluster out because they're going to cluster up anyway. Root fix the collision shape to feet move your method wanted to do. That's the real fix. Moving them around dynamically, which is about to make manuals spread them out by hand. Fix less reliable since now they're not static. Scientists could wander into others. Oh, that's interesting. So I would have thought that they would push each other into walls and stuff, but then they would the nav mash would the physical stop them from doing that. I'm just surprised that okay. I can't have them clipping into walls. Like that right there. We need to like fix that somehow. Because I put in so we have the nav mesh which tells them where to go, but then the blocks themselves have a physics block on it. It has like a physics block on it. So that should. It just seems like. Maybe the solution is to if it hits physics wall, stop movement immediately. Or if it hits wall. I'm trying to think of like what would work there. If he hits a physics wall. I have already moved the collision shape to the feet. I think we need to go. I think we need to go in a different line of thinking, because even a single scientist is flipping and doing weird things around weird things when they hit the wall. Actually, let me experiment with something. I sort of wonder if I take this and push this out more. I wonder what will happen now. They're also like eventually like ending up clustering around walls and just living there because they can't seem to get out from. Not entirely sure what to do right now. I think part of the if you watch these two right here, they're like in idle animation, not walking, but they're pushing up against each other. I'm or noticing weird also that might be related to this problem. What happens to the dark background? What happens to dark like this stuff right here? It gets filled up with artwork later. It'll get filled up with something. I mean, some of the maps you might see a corner of the map being blank like that, but that's going to be filled up with. I'm gonna put like sort of scaffolding or infrastructure here, kind of like some remnants of it, and like elevators going up and down and stuff, like kind of to create like a sense of a bit. But there will be some artwork there, but we'll kind of see. We'll kind of see what's gonna be. I'm sort of noticing something weird also that might be related to this problem. When to this error at others position. Is it position and run into one? They will go back to idle animation but still like keep pushing up again. Each other so they get stuck. It is thing, not what is going, but it might be related to the wall. How come there's so many lab guys? Well, I'm just doing like I'm trying to work out their movement. Like I'm just using the same model for I don't have any other humans to test it out with, so I'm just using the one model I have. And we'll slowly like grow other, you know, we'll apply the same logic to all the humans like once we get this worked out and they're moving, you know, they're not all bunching up against this wall for whatever reason. Then we will kind of move, you know, do the other humans with the same logic. Well, but first I got to work out this, like why are they bunching up? This is the exact same root cause. I just showed up in a third way now, worth walking through. Why? Because it clarifies things. Right now, arrived. For a scientist just means nav match it is navigation finished. True. Which happens once they're within target desired distance, 40 pixel of the target point. It says nothing about whether another scientist collision shape is already occupying that space. But two scientists can have a valid separate destination point that happens to be close enough together that their capsules overlap once they arrive at which point move slide kicks in and starts resolving overlap by nudging them apart every physics frame forever or until something else disturbs them. Here's a part that makes it look stuck rather than drifting like Scientist 7 did. Once mitigation finished, it's true your code drops into else branch and starts running idle handle idle animation, which doesn't touch velocity or desired velocity at all for the moment. It only handles animation state, but move slide still runs every physics frame regardless. So the physics driven micro push keeps happening underneath the idle animation visible to your movement logic entirely. That's why it looks like two contradictory things at once, idle animation wise, but visibly fighting for space physically. This is genuinely the same disease. Disease is the wall clipping, and the original drift bug overlapping capsules, just triggered by destination points landing too close together instead of tight duplicate placement. All three systems point to the same fix, which reinforces plane moving collision shape down to feet. Smaller footprint, isometric appropriate reduces how easily any two scientists shape touch in first place. Whether that's from manual placement, wall proximity, or two dependent wander destinations like close together, it won't make overlap impossible. Two footprints. I don't think that's the solution. It brings the collision foot significantly, which should make this rare edge case instead of something you hit constantly during normal wandering. Want to go ahead? No, it needs to be fixed for real because they are doing it very consistently. Like the scientist that against The walls are stuck there and won't move again. So that will not fix overall that. Right to push back, repositioning shape reduces odds of overlap, but it can't stop it structurally. It definitely doesn't explain stuck at the wall. It won't move again. The last part tells us what's happening. When a scientist gets physics pushed into a wall, there's nowhere left for movements. There's nowhere left for movements. Dependent. Push them. They're sandwiched between solid wall geometry on one side and another scientist capsule on the other. So the resolution force has no direction. Should result into just sits there endlessly trying and failing to un-overlap frame, but after frame reshaping the collision capsule won't fix that. Smaller shape can get pinned this way. This is actual behavioral fix, not a shaped pure crawler. Already solved this exact problem. That's literally what get separation force does. Instead of relying on move and slide, blind physics penetration, which has no concept of wall block this direction. Try another crawler actively steers itself away from nearby units and real ongoing velocity decision. Hey Chris, what's going on? Scientists never got that system, so they're relying purely on raw physics collision response, which is exactly the weaker wall trap prone approach. Scientists, a simplified version of the same separation logic blended into their velocity all the time, including all idles. So instead of simply wedging into a wall, getting stuck, they actively walk themselves away from crowding before it becomes a jam. We need var separation radius. Okay. Giving drawing a break. Yeah, I want to work on this game some more. Yeah.
Each day he steps into the yard to earn his wages working hard. I pray to the stars and heaven above to return my daddy to those he loves.
Separation rich, separation strength. Function get separation force, vector 2, var push equals vector 2 0 is equal to vector 2 0. For other get entry, get nose units, other self, continue, var offset global position, other global position, var distance, offset length if distance, separation rate, distance is more than 0, var strength separation rate. Physics process blend it into desired velocity in both branches, moving and idle, so it's always active. So in physics process, blend it into desired velocity. Oh. Split into desired what? In both branches moving and idle. So it's always active. Desired velocity. Plus better minus the. Really not sure where it wants me to put this. I'm really confused about where to place the part in. No worries, let's just look at your whole physics process function. Now, I'll show you exactly what changes on that line rather than describing it separately. Physics. Oh yeah, we need giving me handle title image found in base. Oh, didn't we that? We renamed the handle idle thing, right? I think that's why it's doing that. To handle calm. Okay. Handle calm. What the heck? I'm gonna have to cheat. I'm gonna have to cheat. Can you dig it? Found that you already renamed the function definition down below function handle com idle behavior delta, but your old name. Change it to didn't I? I did, and it didn't do anything. Unless I misspelled calm. I did. Okay, I guess I couldn't spell calm. Holiday sentence, so welcome! Let's see if that works. I guess we gave it more properties that the crawlers have to prevent them from doing. I'm just working on the game. Having a lot of trouble. They should like kind of work like hockey pucks, right? Like maybe not exactly like hockey pucks, but you guys know what I mean. Like oh yeah, it's all coming together. Yeah, boy. I just can't imagine someone being smart enough to be able to program this up from like just having enough knowledge base to understand like what it's talking about. Like I understand the most basic things. When I look at like script and I'm just like, obviously I'm gonna go through it later and try and understand it with Claude, but man, I'm just like, how can anyone be like that person? I can only stop for a quick visit. Glad the game is coming together nicely. Can't wait to play it when you finish it. Nice. Thank you, Holiday. I appreciate you stopping by. We appreciate it. They're still kind of... They're still cluttering around. Let's do something. I like the fact that that when they run into each other, they're kind of like doing hockey puck kind of behavior, which is kind of like the crawlers, right? They push each other out of the way and stuff. That's all beautiful. I think that works for me. What I hate is that they cluster. It looks like they hit the wall and they glitch out and they like can't get away from the wall. We just need to wait for them to do it again and. The crawlers can move them too. They can like they have the physics to move them around. That's actually kind of really cool. That's so dope that they like push each other out of the way. Obviously, eventually they'll attack them, but you know. Now they're not even doing the wall thing. Go to the wall like you did before. Do the wall thing. Like none of them will go towards the wall now. I'll be right back, and when I'm back, they better be at the wall. They better be at the wall. I'll be right back. They're at the wrong wall, but they did make it to the wall. They interact a lot better now. Okay. They push against each other like physical hockey. Hockey. How do you spell hockey? Pucks. But hockey pucks. I like that. They still seem to eventually go to the walls and get stuck there. They seem to never move away. And this is what proves to me something's going on. Something really weird is going on, because this guy, the sign that general separation between scientists is working. That's the hockey puck behavior doing its job. The wall sticking is related by a distinct problem. It makes sense once you look at what separation actually knows about. Why walls are different. Yet separation force only looks at other units. Units group, it has zero awareness of the walls or any other geometry. So picture this: a scientist gets pushed by 2-3 neighbors towards the wall. Once they touch the wall, move slide blocks in the wall component of their velocity. That part physically can't happen. But separation is still calculating push away from neighbors, force each frame. If that force is aimed roughly straight into the wall, perpendicular, there's no sideways component left or move slide to actually move them. And push the wall are fighting head on. And walls win every frame forever. That's your stuff. I'm not sure if it's also possible for a scientist to get boxed in from multiple neighbor angles plus a wall, or the tangential sideways along the wall component from different neighbors cancel each other out almost exactly, leaving your zero net force that's technically moving but too small to visibly go anywhere. 2 ways to fix this. I suggest doing both, since they solve slightly different parts of it. A small random jitter to break perfect standoffs. When multiple pushes roughly cancel out, a tiny nudge in a random direction is enough to break the tide. Let one direction win, so the scientist visibly slides free instead of blocking the equilibrium. Not sure about that one. Increase separation radius. Oh. Well, let's try the separation radius, just because that's easy. Let's go kind of extreme. Where's it? So let's just go like 80 just to see if that'll fix the issue. I kind of think it won't. They just have more. Although it kind of fixes the issue in the sense that they kind of like hockey pucking off each other, but like kind of like how humans kind of move out of each other's way. It kind of looks like at first glance. I still think that they're gonna still seeing the wall thing. I'm not really sure what the first suggestion is though. Like the thing it's saying is jitter to break perfect standoffs, so multiple push roughly, cancel out tiny nudge in random directions. Let's go back to 4. I don't think that that's the solution. I don't think that may be the solution, because this fight just but I keep SCI. It's just, I don't think that maybe solely because despite the scientists interacting with each other rather well, they can and will still individually go to the mall and get stuff there. I'm almost thinking maybe they never trigger off again, since maybe they a part of their what is it called? Part of their collision shape is outside the nav mesh, and so they cannot trigger walking again. But they should never choose to walk past the
Jenny, good theory. It fits the pattern we've seen all session. Worth testing. Before we get further,
rather than layering another fix on top of the situation. Here's why it's plausible that it computes paths starting from wherever the agent's global position currently is. If physics separation shoves scientists far enough, actual position end up outside baked nav mesh, wedged in a spot nav mesh doesn't cover, like clipped partially in a wall geometry, the agent can fail to shoot a valid path from that starting point. When that happens, Godot can have a few different ways depending on settings. Sometimes the navigation finish reports true immediately, since there's no valid to go. Sometimes get next path position. Sometimes get next path position just returns agent's current position, which is exactly the next plus no movement pattern we saw earlier with 0-0 bug. Either way, the practical effect is the same. The Wander system rolls starts Wander, and the agent slightly can't act on it, so they never leave. Let's confirm with real data. Rather than guessing, add this debug print somewhere you can trigger on a currently stuck scientist. Stuck scientist easiest right after start wonder runs. Just drop it into physics process temporarily. This is what I got. Upper actually doesn't confirm the theory yet. It's my chance to draw conclusion from a few things going on. Output overflow. That's because I'm just firing every single scientist. Much data to read through and cut off before finishing. Most roles show finish true, reachable true with next. Actually, a normal, healthy pattern for scientists who arrive somewhere idle. Don't mistake that for stuck. That's what successfully finished walking looks like in this print. A handful show a reachable false scientist. That's an interesting case, but I can't tell from this dump which one, if any, is the specific scientist you're watching and visually wedged against a wall in game. We need to narrow this one specific scientist rather than printing all of them at once. There's a clearer approach. In game, find the scientist division when stuck on the wall, right click on remote each. How would I find the numbers of the scientists? If I click on this, will he get selected over there? I don't think so, right? It doesn't tell me which one it is. Unless I select it here and toggle visibility, maybe? This was... They're not disappearing. Okay. Hmm. This number. I can't tell one is which. Good point. You actually one scientist without needing click click on the top one, select it. That or mouse since we went earlier. Filter. Since we fixed the signal earlier, then filter. In Soviet Russia, drawing breaks you? Alright, let's wait for them to get stuck. And then now I have, it's only reading the one that got selected. Watch them just not get stuck. feel like I'm doing science, right? Like in a certain way, like it's like I'm doing science. I wish they would get stuck like they did before. They just won't move towards the wall now. Well, they are, but the wrong wall. I just need them to cluster up a little bit more so I can know for sure they're not moving out of that place. Isn't that insane that I just can't repeat the experiment? Alright, let's click. I'm pretty sure these guys, let's say this guy is stuck on a wall. So let's click on him. And it looks like he is stuck. Those numbers don't look like they're finishing. So let's do... Did it? Also, I should mention that scientists character body 2D numbers never stop moving. What the? This confirms your theory. Look at the pattern. Finishing false. Nav agent thinks you're still actually trying to walk, but it can't actually path to target at all. Stays completely frozen. Frame after frame. Barely flicks by 100 back to back. Nav agent has a target is genuinely cannot reach. Reachable false point. Never updates because there's no valid path to compute next step from, and the tiny back and forth felt pause jitter is move and slide. Micro colliding against the wall. Geometry is jammed into this. Scientist isn't trying and failing to escape. It's stuck computing the same unreachable target forever with no separation force to push it out, since it's not being crowded by other scientists at this exact moment. On the numbers never go stop moving thing you mentioned, that's expected, and the bug, every scientist gets auto-named scientist. Numbers. Position genuinely isn't changing by jitter. The actual fix, now that we've confirmed it, since an unreachable target leaves the nav agent permanently stuck, we need to detect that condition and recover from it. Snapping that target back to somewhere valid rather than leaving them mid-air on a dead order forever. The cleanest fix to check if target reachable in your existing stuck check block. And if it's false, cancel wonder and just retarget their own current position, effectively canceling the walk, letting them go idle normally. Let's try that. I think this a little bit. Alright, let's do this. If stock checked. Okay, if stock. Sorry, where is if stock thing? So that block replaces existing stock. Existing stock check section here. Replace that if stock. Let me. I don't understand why. I don't understand why we can't have. Why we can't have something like in this walks to point randomly selected and even and then say wall blocks them. They just try, but can't because wall is a solid object, and then slide here, dude. Scientists want to point randomly selected and say wall blocks them. They just can't because wall is a solid object, and then timer for wall ends, and they just accept where they are. I'm not gonna hit enter on that because I'm sort of curious if what it said fixed anything. Like, are they just clustering against the wall because they accidentally keep moving that way, or are they actually stuck? Because I feel like Because humans tend to not hang out around walls, right? Humans like to. They don't just line up, cluster around wall. They kind of. This right here is why I'm like concerned. And that right there. Something's still going on. I wish they would go up. I don't think that fixed anything. I don't think that really fixed. I have to pee. I have to pee. Maybe it has some. It's got to do something with the physical block and the nav mash, and something that's happening. I just don't know what it is, so I don't know how to say it in a way that'll like. Because you'll notice, seems like this kind of thing, like it goes to here. There. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I think that guy got physics pushed out. He got physics pushed out. Let me take a snap of this. Let me save that. I think that's going to be a big clue to our dilemma. That's a big clue. Once they get physics pushed out, I'm not seeing them ever decide to ever move again. Do they ever move again? Oh, he did. He did move. Okay. And didn't get stuck. If I can confirm that moving the nav mash away from the wall is sort of what's... Like, why aren't the crawlers having this issue? If I tell them to go here, this corner, they push away from each other, and they're not stuck. Oh, that was a different problem, but if I click here, they'll get unstuck and push away from each other. And they're not, and they're fine. So that guy hit a wall that doesn't have. Scientists found out, but they were recaptured. So this guy is hitting a wall and he's jerking around. It seems like the issue they're having with. So this is a good example. He's like, he hit the wall, he hit the door. That one, that's a physics there. That's a physics. He is touching a physics layer, which is the door, this block here. But the nav mesh says he's free. I think sort of what's happening is like everything works fine. Look at this. Everything works fine here. That moving the nav mesh away from the physics stuff fix that issue. So, okay. Okay, I think I'm on to something here. When I moved our nav mesh away from the walls that have physical hard barriers. Not how you spell barriers, but barriers. The scientists, SCI scientists, seem to function well now. No getting stuck on walls. But on the same note, I'm seeing that one scientist that has come into contact with the gate door is perma stuck there and is not moving. Moving. I am not moving. What are your thoughts? Because it seems like the thing we should fix is their interaction with the hard step. Good diagnosis on wall margin fits that tracks with what we found. Keeping the nav mesh away from static wall geometry stops the computed path leads to somewhere physically blocked. The gate cases likely a variant of the same category of bug, but with an extra wrinkle. Gate's solid collision toggles on and off dynamically. While nav mesh's obstacle baking is almost certainly static. While nav mesh's obstacle baking is almost certainly static, baked once for group not updated live every time the door. That mismatch could cause specific version of the same trap. treat the gate area as generally walkable. Moment when physical. Why can we not have more scientists interact with walls that have hard stopping collision the same way as this other whatever. Okay, let me read what it said before assuming it. Let's confirm with a same target print since it's fast and gave us clean. Last time, click the gate stuck scientist. Okay, let's click the gate stuck scientist. What's he saying? Yo. Lines are moving really fast on that one. Add to the gate. This confirms your instinct exactly. It's a different failure mode from the wall case, not the same one. Look at the key difference from before finished false and rechargeable true. The nav agent genuinely believes it has a valid path. Completely frozen, never changed across every single line. Oscillating around one spot. Another scientist is crowding this one. So this scientist has reachable path. This scientist has a reachable path and fixed next to no target, but it stopped vibrating in place instead of actually walking towards. That's consistent with your theory. The nav mesh thinks this route is walkable. Probably baked with the door's real physical footprint. Different forms. We should check and catch it. It's telling the truth. Cheapest and most robust. Quick patch extended. I am actually moving stock check to catch this video. Your stock check already measures distance moved for stock check interval. Right now it only reissues target position if it's finished false. It doesn't check. And can we not have the just stop at the oh no. Okay. Oh, that won't work. Because then he'll just trigger that again every time he Why can I on this not in interact how the fuck is spelled? Interact with the articles like the color. If I select a horde of color and place them in a corner, they push off each other. Great question. Extra scientists are a difference in ability. Crawlers have the exact same theoretical vulnerability, they're just much less likely to trigger it in practice. For a few concrete reasons: selection count, scale, separation, strength for crawls. Don't look at crawlers' unhandled input. When you select a horde and give a move command, crawlers blend separation into velocity, collectively towards a target. Scientists wonder behavior often goes idle before hitting a crowd. But when we colors in colors directed to go right. A bunch themselves. Oh. Themselves. It's almost like themselves by push off, not the nav, but the physical walls that are behind that. So it's like the hockey puck or is always always active for them. Oh, you know what? Never mind. You know, if I tell them to go into the wall, they don't ever stop. Interesting. You know what? I just said my theory, and if click map, not off map, but let's see that off map. If I click to where the birds go, they do endlessly to get to that point. So I was wrong, and so that is, I believe, what is happening to the science. They can never get to where they are. Good task, good instinct to verify rather than take my explanation as face value. It's exactly the kind of check that crashes. It catches when a theory is wrong because more time. But reconcile what you just found with everything else. You're right that crawlers can get underlying vulnerability. Scientists did before our reachability fit. Consistent with what I said about crawler not being architecturally different, just less likely to visibly hit during normal testing, since you usually click somewhere on nav mesh, not off of it. It's worth being precise about which bug this confirms, since we've actually found two separate ones today. Today they look similar but aren't identical. The wall off map case. What you tested with crawler, reachable false, the nav agent knows target is invalid. Can't reach at all. This is where okay, give me your so you gave earlier and the explanation is weak. I didn't put in the set yet. Here's the piece you haven't edited yet. The fix for gate freeze case specifically where reachable true but scientist is still frozen because navmesh doesn't know physical obstacle like closed gate is blocking them. Why it's needed, your first fix checking this target reachable false only catches case where nav agents knows it can't reach a point at all by clicking off the map, but gate scenario is trickier. The nav agent thinks the path is totally fine, reachable true, so that check never triggers. What actually catches this is the same. How I moved at all. Currently logic you have already used for general stock check. You just need it to also give up and retarget instead of stubbornly reissuing the same doomed target over and over. So I have them in there now. Okay, so in theory, I guess I did have it in there. Or did I? What the? Stock timer, delta, interval 0, false, position. The only change from what you already have in the else branch were reachable true instead of reissuing the same stock target nav. So now in theory, even if this is too close, because it should really be like here, they should no longer be bothered by that. They should no longer be bothered. Let me move just for science. I'm gonna move this out too, and see if they get stuck. Just for science, because they should technically stop, see that they're not going anywhere, and then push, and then eventually push somewhere else. Oh, thank God, they're pushing out the wall. Okay, I was about to say. Oh, no, one did get pushed into the wall. Can they make it out? Seems like it seems that, well, this is just more a graphical glitch. I gotta That's more of I think I can adjust their boundary so they like literally physically can't get that close to a physical object by expanding their little footprint, and then they won't go far enough to clip. But it looks like that. I mean, it took 4 hours, but it would have taken a lot longer if I was actually trying to do it, like with my brain, you know. This one is zoinking out over here, but I'm not even sure. Like, I feel like that's for some other reason. He is not. I think because he's moving at this weird angle, he thinks he is moving towards his target. Let's see what this says. Man, that's so beautiful that works now. So happy. I was hoping to do animations today, but I didn't realize I thought this was gonna be easy peasy, beautiful cover girl or whatever the commercial said, but apparently it wasn't easy peasy. It was very uneasy, very unpeasy. And that's with super intelligence helping me out. Look at it. It's so beautiful. Have you seen anything more beautiful in your life? It will eventually it'll animate them, they'll face in different directions, and there'll be idle animations for when they're facing away from you. Ah, man, I'm so happy. I could just watch them forever. The only thing, this edge case, I still don't get why that's happening. He's still doing something weird. He shouldn't really, he should be having the same behavior as this right here. They're not clustering against the wall, they're just doing, you know, how scientists randomly move back and forth and back and forth. That's how they do. While I haven't forgotten, I gotta go to my scientist and expand the collision shape being this one. I need to make it slightly bigger so that he can't flip. There's a couple things. I forget what the other more complicated version. If I made that circle bigger, now he shouldn't be able to get close enough. Collision shape, let's expand it just a little bit. And now he like can't, let me save that really quick. I just don't want them clipping like look like they're disappearing behind a wall. It's just because they're there's an XY thing I can fix for that too. I just don't want to do it. I forgot, my feeble brain can't remember how I did it. So I'm also noticing like, these little artifacts, because I couldn't see those pixels in the program. I need to change the background and go clean up some of these frames. Nope, he's still doing it. Yo. What is going on with these guys? I guess that's not too bad. I might have to look in that if that becomes an issue. Oh. trying to remember what was the trick to that? What was the whole form? Y sorting? Y sorting, Godot, Y sort behavior, remove property, Y sort enable 2D. Uh, is it just because I didn't click Y sort? I hope that's all it was. So far, so good. He's standing in front of that wall. He's not clipping behind it. He's not. Oh man, look, a new glitch. Yeah, we're gonna need to do something about them all accidentally moving towards each other. It's like they're fighting for the position, right? Maybe if scientists check for scientists move towards scientists, scientist says cancel. Like they ran into, they need to cancel that. Oh no, he's still doing it. He just clipped behind that wall. Dodge. Let me. forget where to go. I haven't done it in such a long time. I forgot where I need to go. You see that one guy, near a wall, near the wall. Oh, left shoulder. There is behind the wall. Where do I need to adjust to fix that? I know it's like buried in there somewhere. I can see the scientist standing near the wall pillar, his left shoulder rendering behind the pillar geometry instead of in front of him, even though he's standing at roughly the same depth lower position where he should be drawn on top. To fix this, I need to see how your main TSN is organized, specifically whether pillar wall scientists are siblings under the shared parent, and why sort is enabled anywhere. Can you screenshot main TSN screen play left panel so I can see? Isn't there a way to make rendering independent from the scene tree? Oh, I hit Y. Lord. Enabled for the honest answer is sort of, not quite in the way you're picturing. Let me clarify why sort enabled actually does, because you're enabling it matters a lot. It affects sorting among direct children and nodes is turned on. So if you enable it on the scientist node itself, all it does is sort scientist's own children relative to each other's Y position. It has zero effect on how scientist compares to wall pillar because wall isn't a child of scientist. They are two completely separate branches of the tree. For Y sort to compare scientist against the wall, both of them need to be siblings under the same shared parent, and that shared parent is one of Y source enabled not scientist itself. To answer your actual question, isn't there a way to make this sort of, because but it's different tools. The index canvas there, it wouldn't actually. Yeah, I remember there was a like a point you could adjust versus other the wall to it's like not giving me the right thing. I know there was a point you could adjust versus point on the wall, and that would tune when something is behind. How does it not know what I'm talking about? That's why storage is separate property from node's actual. That's exactly a fine-tuning tool. Here's the distinction. Or to find a select and node scientist or vault have a go-to inspector and this item order it. Canvas item order it, and you'll see Y sort origin as a factor 2 field there. Okay, I mean there's not. Collision shape 2D. Okay, Y sort origin on the wrong node. Gotcha. Animate sprite 2D. Y sort. Y sort enabled on. That's what's selected in Inspector right now, shown at the top. It's not right spot. Honestly, the collision shape doesn't even visual right. Yes, I know that. Here's the important distinction again. Y sort enabled needs to go to a node that is the shared parent, not on any node inside the scientist itself. Toggling it inside scientist own tree only affects how scientists own children. But that's. He keeps talking about the main scene tree. I feel like that's not. I'll show you everything. I'll show you everything. So it's already working. It's like the Y sword is working. It's just that I need to adjust it. The Y sword? Sorry. Y sword is working. I just need to adjust at the exact point at which something is rendered whatever behind something else. Got it. Okay, so thank God. So the structural piece is already sorted, pun intended. Now we're just fine-tuning the comparison point, which is exactly why Y sort origin lives in the same ordering section you were just looking at. Okay. Ordering. Once you're enabled, but you'll set it to whichever nodes is misaligned. Misaligned, not on the collision shape B, but the shoulder issues most likely will scientist right root node depending on the origin.
Perhaps select player. No. Okay. Here, like, where's? I know it's here. I know it's like in this here. Where do I go from here to make that and what's here? I need to correct something I told you earlier. Looking at your screenshot, there is no Y sort origin field showing under ordering the Z index relative. That's because I was wrong. A specific property doesn't actually exist as an adjustable field on regular sprite character. I conflated it with similar sounding property that only exists in tile set, tile data, not general nodes. Sorry for sending you looking for something. Here's the correct mechanism why sort compares using their actual position. Specifically, why global position. There's no separate offset independently, so to fix sort visually, adjust the actual local position of the piece that's misaligned, not the hidden sort specific value. For your sciences, this likely means adjusting the position of the animated sprite 2D. Within the scientist scene, can't remember if it's down or up, like what the trick to it is. Can't remember if it's down or up. If I made it worse, it'll clip like crazy. And he did. Is it the other way then? So I for sure saw it happen. So let's do. I gotta go below this line, I think. Dude, what the fuck? Ring low. No. Just do the thing. It was already doing it. It's adjust. I do not understand. It's doing it now.
Now, or like it just sometimes it just does. So that he has to be below his center has to be below that. Like I'm just gonna put him lower than he's supposed to be, just so I can make sure that's the right thing. And let me look at the crawler. He is. Yeah, so he is his center is here below this center. So I think I think I'm headed in the right direction. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I just need to observe and watch these. I still need to fix that when they run into each other and they do that like weird stutter thing right there. That isn't good. Unless I just reduce their. Let me hold on. Let me do their script. Maybe if I reduce the. Ration radiant strength. Let's go down to 2. Their separation. Why does it say ration? Save that really quick. I'm just sort of curious what that will do. At 2, maybe they'll just kind of like slide past each other, you know what I mean? They won't have like such a strict boundary, and then it won't be like as pervasive, like fighting for territory. I have to pee something. I'll be back. I have to pee something. He was clipping, wasn't he? Or did I hallucinate that? It looked like his arm was clipping a little bit. I think that's just them fighting for that spot. They're both pushing it, but that's not an issue, I think. That's not an issue in the sense that uh man, what the fuck? He's still clipping though. Actually, like worse. Now we're kind of back to where we were. Huh. Let's go far above. Go like this. Maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. I thought it was the other way. Was the like? I feel like this shouldn't even be hard to fix. I must just be like just that not smart. Like it's like the simplest thing ever. Unless this returns them getting stuck on the wall again, then that's gonna be crazy. Like they all just go to the wall and stand there. Oh, I think he did. That guy's full zoinked out. He's full on stuck. This guy's fully zoinked out. He's twitching. That shouldn't have really done anything though. Okay. So now he's back to center. Yeah, let's see what it's. I need to correct that. Same fixture playing in a collision shape, anchoring things at the feet instead of center. Let me run that again, because ever since I moved them, they started acting totally crazy. So now I'm sort of half wondering, was that living in a delusion? Were they always not working and I just happened to get super lucky? Because they all bunched up against the wall and couldn't move. Let's see if it goes back to like normal now. This flying here is just absolutely relentless. Yeah, I think moving that, like, I don't know. Like, it felt like this wasn't even an issue like 5 seconds ago. It's crazy how you can get one fly, they just won't leave. It's so crazy. It's just so relentless with its mission to make my day worse. Flies? I have like one fly in here, yeah, it's like just won't. Ugh. Why are they clipping though? Ugh. Yeah, I got one over there. It's not landing on it. I reduced the separation strength a little bit more, so that because the separation radius and like I'm thinking like maybe they need a little bit more. Yeah. I did this. Uh, Back. I'm not actually. I need to start saving scene when I make adjustments because I'm not entirely sure it registers those changes every time if I don't save it. That's the other issue is some of my experiments may not even have been working really. I put him far below his origin point. If he and now he clips so hard. Look at that. Why is he clipping so hard? So clearly it has to go the other way, right? But the other way caused wall stacking. Um, man, I maybe Z and like we're just kicking Z and let's just try Z index at 10. I don't know. Let's just try that. I don't think that's it. But maybe for science. Out of here, fly. Okay, so now they're acting really silly. Now they're acting a fool. Do this. We'll return this guy back to his eh, we'll return him here. Wait, yeah. And we'll just have the Z index. What is the Z index? The question. Oh my god. Back to the origin with Z index at 10. I just don't understand, like, why it would it Oh, okay. So the let me check something. What is it? Main wall x4. Where's the this Z index should be ah okay. Okay. The Y sort origin for the walls is -21. Why did I do that? I forgot why I even did that. Must have had a really good reason, right? No, dude. Why would I do that? I feel like it has something to do with this panel or something. Dude, what the fu- It's still doing it. Like, dog. My dog, bro. It's still doing it. Um. Oh. Probably because of something along these lines. There's probably a really good reason to have done that. I just don't remember what it was. It's not didn't break anything, as far as I can see so far. That's crazy. That's why it was. Okay. That's why it was at that level. Oh, mystery solved. So that was how you do that, apparently. Yeah. Need to, like, remember that trick. That ate up an hour and a half of struggle. Okay, so tell us what happened. Basically the Y sort the Y sort on the wall is what dictated when things appear behind something. Like the clipping. It's already dark. Yeah. I started a little late. I need to get out of here too, because I didn't plan for the. I thought it was gonna be easy peasy. I'm like, why am I stuck here all day? I need to go paint soldiers. Actually, I was gonna spend. I wasn't planning on, like. So you see this Y sword origin. 21 is where it worked for the crawlers. I might go up just like 22, and then save that. Fix scientist. Let him go back to. Welcome to programming, bro. I'm not even programming. Well, I'm moving in that direction. Just right now, I have a lot of questions for Claude. A lot of questions for Claude. To say that I'm programming would be too kind. But yeah, the problem solving. Oh my god! Like the one problem causes another. Like Jesus. The problems are the same. The problems are the same. They are like, you gotta like really think about it, and I don't like that. What the? I mean, it's still a lot of fun. If I was better at it, that would help out a lot. I'm sure like a lot of the things I'm going through will, eventually like just get better at knowing instinctively how to not run into certain issues. But okay, now I know which thing to adjust. And I don't have. Alright, okay. Collision shape. Alright, so that was painful. So let's save that. And now I can. I was waiting for them to run to the wall. I forgot you can just do this in the thing. How do I. You can select units and then drag them around. Oh. And then you can test when they clip behind something without having to wait for one to accidentally do it. This guy's still clipping. So we'll kind of. This is the typical clip area. This is like what we typically see, and then we'll go to our wall. And I don't know if this is gonna break something else. Like that's what I'm afraid of. If I go negative 23, I forget like why there was a good reason I didn't do that. Oh, oops. Let's see. Let minus. 29, dude. That's so scary. Okay, so did anything else break? Because I remember this panel was just such a monster for some reason. Like, this panel just kept having issues. I'm sure I broke something, but this has to be like this. Like, there's no way around it. So now, actually, we can go down one, because he should clip behind that. Let's go back to our wall. Wall, negative 30. Let's do 29. Wait, 20. No, down. Down. I said down. Go. Listen to me. It's not going. It like legit just doesn't want to go down. Okay, I guess I'll manually do it. 29 minus 28. Now we'll just keep it at 30. We know 30 works. We'll just keep it at 30. I'm just afraid that it probably broke one of the crawlers or something. Like one of the crawlers is probably broken, or like visually. I mean. Because I remember that number being like very like specific to what it needed to be, or maybe I'm wrong. So that like I don't see any weirdness there. I think my main issue now... Oh my god. And popcorn emote for troll Mr. Future. Popcorn emote. The thing I don't like now is I think they need to, when two scientists run into each other, like when they're fighting for space, like they're clearly all trying to move in and they're fighting. They're trying to get to a point and they're like stuck because they can't get to their destination. I think if that happens, they should just insta go back to idle. I said earlier you should have Ares, an Ares emote. Yeah, we need an Ares emote. But I think the thing to do now is like to have them cancel out. I think I did. You know what? Honestly, I think I may have not even noticed that was happening before. Like I was just so excited about things moving that I didn't like. I couldn't. My brain couldn't even see. And I gotta fix these like little pixels around them too. It's something I couldn't see because of the background and stuff. I gotta fix that. Future Oil, hello humans, hello. I'm still kind of in the same spot, but we're kind of moving forward. But I'm still in the same-ish spot, in the same. I thought I would blow past this. Guys, I gotta go paint soldiers. Hello, future painter. Yeah, I gotta go paint soldiers tonight. I really enjoy doing this. I really do. I think this is definitely something I'm gonna stream now because they are swarming. Yeah, the scientists are swarming. But I think so basically the structure of the game is going to be like you'll have like these elevators. Like the main thing there'll be like not a spawn point but something that creates, and so with synthetics we can just create rooms that create synthetics like very quickly. You see them get 3D printed out given a rifle, and so like that. But like for humans it's like elevators. So there's all these points that create humans to their max. Let's say that one elevator is like 20 humans and it keeps so unless you can push past 20 humans with your army, they'll just replenish their numbers to up to 20, and so you now you can't push past them, right? So like that's the thing, is that like that'll be the thing, is that the facility will replenish unless you can break through to the thing that's spawning them, kill the elevator or whatever 3D printer that's printing the synthetic humans or clones or whatever, and then you infest it, you secure it so it can't be repaired again. And you spread your goo, you build more buildings, you spawn more spawners, and then you continue to attack the next position. I think that's like the overall kind of thing I'm going for. You should have a popcorn the dog emote. Well, I think it's what I need. It's what I want. I think right now the next thing is to, when they, maybe I'll even do a thing where they run into each other. Scientists run into each other. Activate talk. They'll do like talk to each other kind of thing, right? And like they'll kind of move their hands around like they're talking, and so but it'll actually be an idle animation. So it'll just kind of them accidentally running into each other is like actually they wanted to talk kind of thing, making. You know what I mean. Anyway, I think right now the thing that looks the worst is when they run into each other and fight for that space. Like these guys are doing it right now. They're zoinking out because they're trying to get to their destination. They can't. Sorry, it's too small. I can't see, but thank you, Mr. Future.
Oh, nice.
Future, awesome. But yeah, I think I need to go just because I need to do that. I need to finish those models eventually, and that's what I'm gonna spend the rest of the night doing. Tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, I'm probably just gonna drive Dash or something or Uber. So, lady told me she made like $500 up at Chicago. I'm like, what the? What the? I need to make $500 driving Uber in Chicago. But that was like an all day thing. Thanks for thank you, Julio. Thank you. I really enjoyed this. I really love that they've essentially Claude has made it possible. They've dumbed down coding enough to where I can do it. I will be learning. I will be spending time like that day I was doing it for 2 hours actually doing it. That will happen. It's just that that's just going to be a gradual process, but most of what I will be doing is this. Asking Claude for advice. That's how we'll phrase it. Anyway, save scene. Let me do... Yeah, anyway. I'll see you guys later. Really appreciate you guys watching.